是你不在这个星道里边。
OK。
إعلان مهم. 重要提示
Important announcement.
Message important.
Важное объявление.
Annuncio importante.
يرجى من المتحدثين الكرام إلقاء بياناتهم بسرعة معقولة لضمان ترجمة فورية وافية وعالية الجودة.
为了帮助口译准确完整传递发言信息，请代表发言时语速不要过快。
Speakers are kindly reminded to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace to ensure complete and quality interpretation.
Il est rappelé aux orateurs qu'ils doivent présenter leur déclaration à un rythme raisonnable afin de garantir une interprétation complète et de qualité.
Напоминаем ораторам, что для того, чтобы устный перевод был полным и качественным, необходимо выступать в умеренном темпе.
Se ruega a los oradores que pronuncien sus declaraciones a un ritmo razonable para garantizar una interpretación íntegra y de calidad.
Excellencias,
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I hereby declare open the second meeting of the 52nd session of the Working Group on the Universal Periodic Review. We will now proceed with the review of Niger. Before beginning, allow me please to remind you that all delegations should upload their oral statements through the online system for inscription on the list of speakers event before the opening of the review they intend to address. In line with Human Rights Council Resolution 5/1, the review is based on the national report prepared by the state under review and the compilation of UN information as well as a summary of stakeholders' information, both prepared by the OHCHR office. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ado Garba, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of the Republic of Niger to the United Nations Office and other international organizations in Geneva, to introduce the delegation. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, ambassadors, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a privilege for me to take the floor before this eminent assembly as my country makes its presentation to the fourth cycle of the Universal Periodic Review. First and foremost, I would like to warmly congratulate Mr. President, you on the holding of the 52nd session and express our full gratitude to the Human Rights Council and the country experts for their technical support as we prepare this fourth UPR cycle for Niger. Our thanks also go to the members of the Troika for their valuable assistance in this exercise, as well as all the delegations who have been present. At this opportunity, it is especially important to reaffirm the consistent commitment of the government of Niger and the President of the Republic of Niger, Abdurrahman Tiani, to the upholding of human rights and our international commitments in international cooperation for the promotion and protection of human rights. My country is indeed reassured that this universal exercise offers 5 sessions to each country, and in this gives them an opportunity to identify challenges and opportunities as regards their upholding of the fundamental human rights. In this spirit of transparency, Niger participates in this exercise with seriousness and commitment in order to implement the relevant recommendations in order to consolidate our national efforts to uphold fundamental human rights. Mr. President, in preparing this important dialogue, it is my honor to present the delegation of Niger, led by Mr. Alio Dauda, the Minister of Justice and Human Rights, who is responsible for relations with international institutions. This delegation also is composed of 14 other members from the presidency, the government, the Ministry of Refoundation, and the Ministries of Health, Foreign Affairs, and the permanent representation of Niger to the United Nations. So this high-level delegation testifies to the commitment of the highest authorities of my countries and a multi-sectoral approach adopted by the government as it implements its human rights obligations. And this illustrates Niger's efforts to ensure that the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental rights is a shared responsibility throughout the public sector. And finally, while thanking you for your kind attention, allow me to invite the Minister, Head of Delegation, to make his statement.
Monsieur Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, ambassadors and permanent representatives, representatives of national human rights institutions and civil society organizations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to take the floor before you on behalf of the government of the Republic of Niger to present our national report to this 4th cycle of the Universal Periodic Review. Allow me to convey to this eminent assembly the distinguished greetings of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Head of State, and the Army General Abdurrahman Tiani, whose consistent commitment to human rights and to our international commitments have allowed us to be before you today in a spirit of transparency and constructive dialogue. This commitment, which is evidenced at the highest level of state, testifies to the determination of our country to uphold the universal values of human rights, human dignity, and justice. Our participation in this mechanism expresses the constant willing of our country to strengthen the promotion and protection of fundamental rights in line with the Charter of the Refoundation, which is of constitutional value, enshrining all human rights as outlined in the regional and international instruments that we have ratified. This rostrum also provides us with the opportunity to reassert our faith in multilateralism, which is today sorely tested, as well as our unwavering commitment to human rights, values, and principles, which are the very bedrock of sustainable development. Niger would like to welcome this interactive dialogue, which began in 2006 and which established a unique and exemplary mechanism within the United Nations systems, as it allows for a review of all United Nations member states regarding their human rights situation. On behalf of my delegation, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the members of the working group, to the Troika, made up of Cuba, Kenya, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands, as well as to the distinguished delegates of states for being present and committed and having provided support in this process. Your contributions are essential to guarantee the credibility and relevance of this exercise. My thanks also go to the group of friends on the national implementation mechanisms for the reports and recommendations, as well as others which have kindly sent in questions to Niger in advance. To all those who have placed their names on the speakers list to participate in this constructive dialogue, I would like to address our thanks. The very high number of speakers testify to the interest of the international community to the improvement of the human rights situation in my country. This interest also provides us with an indication of the interest of the interactive debate which is to follow. Mr. President, since the first UPR cycle, Niger has undertaken major reforms aiming to consolidate and improve access to justice, to promote equality between men and women, and to protect vulnerable groups, in particular, children, persons with disabilities, older persons, and internally displaced persons. Significant efforts have also been made in the area of education, health, and the eradication of poverty, despite the security and climate challenges our country faces. This report submitted for your consideration takes stock of the human rights situation in Niger since the previous review in 2021 and was drafted in an inclusive and participatory manner by the Interministerial Committee, which was entrusted with the drafting of reports to the treaty bodies and the UPR. The report was subsequently submitted to a national validation exercise, bringing together all stakeholders, in particular, the representatives of sectoral ministerial departments, other public institutions, civil society organizations, media, development partners, and was subsequently adopted by the Council of Ministers on the 3rd of March, 2026. In its structure, the report presents the changes in the normative, institutional, and policy framework in order to promote and protect human rights. It also presents the status of the implementation of recommendations adopted and accepted at the end of the third cycle of the UPR, and highlights the constraints, challenges, and priorities, as well as the commitments of Niger. Mr. President, I would like to emphasize that the government accepted 248 recommendations of 254 made in the previous cycle, thereby translating its willingness to progress in a tangible fashion in the promotion and protection of human rights. To implement these recommendations, a national plan for operationalization of their implementation was adopted by a decree of the 2nd of March 2022, defining priorities, deadlines, and follow-up mechanisms in order to ensure that every recommendation is translated in concrete terms in our public policies. And this plan was disseminated throughout all stakeholder communities in an accessible fashion with a view to its implementation. The assessment of the implementation in 2025 allowed us to note that approximately 90% of recommendations were completely implemented, 7% were partially implemented, and 3% have yet to be implemented. Mr. President, Niger has made significant progress in several areas. So with regard to the international, regional, and national normative framework between 2021 and 2026, Niger has ratified or acceded to 4 conventions and has moreover adopted more than 40 legislative and regulatory texts in order to ensure better protection of human rights categories, the independence of justice, to promote and protect human rights, and ensure that violations and abuses are punished. The most recent of these regulatory texts are the decrees 2026-09 and 2026-10 of the 16th of February 2026, instituting the Criminal Code and the Criminal Procedural Court. With respect to the institutions, the Charter of the Refoundations has created new public institutions and structures contributing to the promotion and protection of human rights, in particular, the Court of State, which is the highest judiciary and administrative body to replace the Court of Cassation and the Council of State. The Court of Accounts, this is the highest jurisdiction in terms of the oversight of financial of public finances and budget discipline, the consultative body for the refoundation, the National Observatory for Communication, which is the body that regulates the media, the National Committee to Combat Economic, Financial, and Tax Delinquency, which is designed to combat corruption, embezzlement, and any form of economic, financial, and tax delinquency. The National Observatory for Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms is entrusted with promoting and protecting human rights. With regard to the public policies relating to human rights, over 40 strategies, policies, plans, and sectoral programs were adopted, amongst which we can cite the Framework Document for the Protection of the Child 2024-2028, the National Strategy for the Prevention and Response to Gender-Based Violence in Niger and its Plan of Action 2024-2028, the National Strategic Plan to End Child Marriage 2024-2028, the Great Irrigation Program 2024-2027, the Program for the Refoundation of the Republic 2025-2029. In terms of the judiciary, major reforms were carried out, in particular with the adoption of the Criminal Code and the Criminal Procedural Code. These represent a major turning point in the administration of justice in Niger, as it introduces major innovations in criminal justice to ensure faster treatment of cases and prevent any abuse. This reform aims to modernize the criminal legislation inherited from colonial times and to adapt justice, the judicial system, to the current cultural and socioeconomic realities to fight against impunity and promote a more equitable, transparent, and effective judicial system. In the framework of the moralization of the judiciary, we should note the adoption of Decree 2025-2027 regarding the discipline of magistrates during the period of refoundation. Indeed, given some instances of behavior which were contrary to the ethics and the code of conduct of magistrates during the current period, this decree was adopted in order to allow the competent authority to act in derogation to the autonomous status of magistrates. With respect to the recruitment and training, we should note that exceptionally, there's a recruitment competition of 100 junior judges, which was organized in March 2026. This recruitment will provide us with 634 judges as opposed to 534 previously. With regard to international obligations, we continue to uphold them and to cooperate with treaty bodies and the United Nations Charter and all other partners. In the area of education, notable progress was made. The establishment of scientific high schools, a scientific high school for young girls and boarding schools for girls, and the recruitment of over 11,000 contract teachers demonstrate the enjoyment of the right to education of quality. In terms of the right to health, progress was made in several areas, in particular that of the health coverage and vaccination coverage. The efforts of the government of the Refoundation through its recruitment project of over 6,000 health officials and the provision of infrastructure and modern equipment contribute significantly to the quality of care. The number of health institutions has been increased to 1,541 integrated health centers and over 60 hospitals of all categories throughout the 8 regions. The expected change of the impact indicators following the implementation of the different strategies of the Health and Social Development Plan is as follows: a maternal mortality ratio of 520 for 100,000 live births in 2015 to 400 in 2026. Child and infant mortality from 126 per thousand in 2015 to 100 per thousand in 2026. Neonatal mortality 24 per thousand in 2015 to 18 per thousand in 2026. With regards to the improvement of financial access of populations to health care. The state has taken measures to ensure that childbirth is free of charge and that healthcare costs are reduced by 50%. We could also note an action on maternal and perinatal mortality. A forum was held on this topic, and following this, a telethon allowed us to raise over 1 billion CFA francs, which allowed for the construction of 4 new operating stations with a neonatology service and laboratories. With regards to women's rights, the Charter of the Refoundation and national laws guarantee gender equality and the participation of women in public life. Many actions have been undertaken during the period covered by the report to the benefit of women. We can cite, amongst others, the economic empowerment through access to credit for over 5,000 rural female entrepreneurs, the repair of 12 centers for the promotion of women, offering different types of vocational training, as well as equipment and material. Legal awareness raising campaigns, which involved thousands of women between 2021 and 2026, many educational and reproductive health care programs. The annual celebration of the 8th of March as the International Day of the Rights of Women, and the last was placed under the theme Protection of the Rights of Women and Girls in a Context of Refoundation, which is the guarantee for a lasting peace. The celebration on the 13th of May of every year of the National Day of the Nigerian Women. And the topic this year was the mobilization of women in Niger for national defense and sustainable development. The strengthening in the new criminal code of offenses relating to the protection of women, in particular sexual violence, conjugal violence, female genital mutilation, and the rate of this has decreased from 5% in 1998 to 0.7% in 2021. In the area of child protection, beyond the data in our report, we could highlight the digitalization of the information management system as it relates to the protection of the child. This is operational in 8 regions of the country, which allows for a strengthened follow-up of cases, a better coordination between stakeholders, and better decision-making based on reliable data. The strengthening of the national system for child protection allowed 1.6 million children, parents, and members of communities benefit from interventions, prevention, and care throughout the country. The adoption of Decree 2026-09 of the 16th of February 2026, instituting the criminal code, has a section on the protection of the child, including the prohibition against child marriage before the age of 18 for boys and for girls. So the adoption of Decree 2026-2021 of the 22nd of April 2026, introducing the civil registry in Niger, which corrects the shortcomings noted in the previous law. The adoption of Decree 2026-2022 of the 22nd of April 2026, amending Decree 8333 of the 23rd of August 1984 on the Nigerian citizenship, gives competence to the district courts and municipal courts, the same level as the criminal courts, bringing justice closer to the people. However, there are major challenges that remain. We have 72 functional minor protection services for 266 municipalities, and we are currently extending the territorial coverage and consolidating the capacities of specialized services. With respect to the protection of the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities, beyond integrating the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Niger has also established a solid foundation to the protection of their rights with laws, inclusive social programs and actions such as assistive devices, the Charter of Equality, the food aid, and so on. The protocol to the African Charter of Human and People's Rights on the rights of older persons, and the protocol to the African Charter on persons with disabilities in Africa were ratified on the 26th of December 2022. Older persons were integrated in the National Social Protection Policy, thereby benefiting from cash transfers and food aid within the framework of social networks. Older persons, as persons with disabilities, also benefit from health care free of charge for persons suffering from chronic diseases such as hypertension or diabetes. They participate in the awareness raising programs to highlight their role in social cohesion and the transmission of knowledge. With regard to terrorism, which the states of the Association of the Sahel are victim of since over a decade, it's important to recall that the insecurity and activities of terrorist groups remain the primary obstacle against the enjoyment of human rights. Terrorist attacks lead to massive losses of human lives and severe injuries amongst civilians, as well as the forces of defense and security. Terrorist acts which repeatedly violate the right to life and security lead to the forced displacement of thousands of families who are forced to leave their villages and their lands, as well as their livelihoods. And they lead to the destruction or closing of schools, markets, health centers, and thereby reduce access to essential services. People living under a terrorist threat are subjected to the restrictions of their freedom of movement, of expression, of association, of religion, and so on. Combating terrorism leads to a reorientation of public resources towards defense and security to the detriment of social and economic investments. These states, in applying to the violence committed by terrorists and facing a dilemma between security rights and liberties, is at times constrained to adopt security measures which may limit certain civil or political, economic, social, or cultural rights. It is in this spirit that the Decree 2025-42 of the 26th of December 2025 was adopted. It defines the mechanisms for general mobilization in Niger with obligations for citizens as well as requisition and economic control measures. Mr. President, in these actions to combat terrorism, my country remains determined to remain open to any sincere and international partnership which respects our sovereignty and respects our strategic choices and the vital interests of the Nigerian people in decisions taken. With regard to civil and political rights, we say that when a country faces serious threats such as terrorism, insecurity, and destabilization, it must at times attach the priority to collective security over certain individual freedoms. To temporarily restrict certain rights, such as the right to demonstrate, the right of movement, the right to communication and expression, allows us to avoid chaos and to protect our territorial integrity. Without a stable state, there is no possible framework to guarantee fundamental rights. Security becomes the prerequisite to the enjoyment of these rights. The limitation of certain rights also aims to reduce certain community tensions to prevent hate speech or false information from being disseminated. Social cohesion is strengthened when citizens accept that the collective interest must be placed above individual interests. Our aim is not to do away with rights, but rather to preserve them in the long term by guaranteeing the survival of the state and the stability of society. To limit certain rights in the context of a serious threat is not a denial of human rights, but rather a strategy for their protection. It is a difficult choice, as without security, rights cannot be enjoyed. Without cohesion, society becomes fragmented. With regard to economic, social, and cultural rights, the government has reduced the price of cement, the price of fuel, of medical costs, and surgery costs. These measures aim also to provide a decent housing to the largest possible number of people, to foster access to lower cost healthcare, to diminish the cost of transport of goods and service and people. The implementation of the Great Irrigation Program 2024-2027 has had a positive effect on the availability of farm foodstuffs in quality and quantity that are sufficient on the markets in homes, as well as thereby guaranteeing the right to food. On the industrial area, 64 industrial units were approved, generating over 7,000 jobs. The establishment on the 12th December 2025 of the Investment Bank of the Confederation of the States of the Sahel marks another progress on our path towards development. It has a initial capital of 500 billion CFA francs and is designed as the financial arm of the AES Confederation to finance major engineering projects and to reduce the dependency on external financial institutions. The state has thus decided to exercise its full sovereignty with respect to natural resources, including its subsoil resources, and to redefine new partnership relations which are beneficial for our people. Mr. President, Excellencies, ambassadors and permanent representatives, representatives of national human rights institutions and civil society organizations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are aware of the fact that despite much progress achieved by our country, challenges yet remain. The government of Niger thus considers that the UPR is not just a review exercise, but also an opportunity for a constructive dialogue, for sharing experiences, and for strengthening international cooperation. The recommendations which will be made at the outcome of this review will constitute precious guidelines for us in order to pursue our reforms and to further improve the human rights situation in our country. To conclude, I wish to reaffirm Niger's commitment to work in close cooperation with the Human Rights Council through all its bodies, with member states and all technical and financial partners who are sincere and respectful of our sovereignty, to ensure that human rights are a reality for every citizen in Niger. The members of my delegation and myself are prepared to fully and entirely cooperate in this dialogue, and we wish for it to be a fruitful, frank, and constructive one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to your excellencies for that presentation. We'll now begin with our interactive dialogue. Before passing the floor to delegations for their questions and comments, I would like to remind you that the speaking time will be set at 1 minute and 10 seconds for all. I also wish to reiterate that issues of a political, bilateral, and territorial nature should be kept out of our deliberations. Moreover, United Nations terminology should be used when referring to states and territories. Please be reminded that only the use of the words recommend or recommendation will ensure that the relevant parts of your statements be included in the recommendations section of the working group report. Further, allow me to recall that the Human Rights Council strongly rejects any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who cooperate with or have cooperated with the United Nations and its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights. We will now begin with our list of speakers. And that said, I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Armenia.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Vice-Président.
Thank you very much. President Armenia warmly welcomes the delegation of Niger and thanks it for the presentation of the national report. We appreciate Niger's constant commitment to the UPR process and the progress they have made within the framework of the Economic and Social Development Plan. Armenia takes note that Niger supported a number of recommendations from the previous cycle, including our recommendation to ratify the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. In a constructive vein, we would like to reiterate our recommendation to consider taking steps towards ratifying the Genocide Convention. Furthermore, Armenia recommends that Niger 1 continue efforts to ensure inclusive and equitable access to quality education, particularly for girls and vulnerable groups. 2, that they further strengthen the national institutional framework for the protection of vulnerable groups, including by enhancing access to identity documents and social protection systems. And 3, that they continue efforts to strengthen legal and institutional measures to eliminate slavery. By way of conclusion, we wish Niger a successful review. Thank you. Thank you very much. As the Vice President, I'd now like to pass the floor to the distinguished representative of Australia.
Thank you, Vice President. We thank the delegation for its presentation. Australia welcomes Niger's adoption of a national strategy to end child marriage. Australia is deeply concerned by the deteriorating human rights situation in Niger following the military coup in July 2023, including restrictions on freedom of expression and the significant reduction of civic space. Australia recommends Niger, 1, amend legislation ordinance number 2025-06 of March 26, 2025, and restore the lawful operation and recognition of all political parties. 2, implement legislation prohibiting child marriage and amend Article 144 of the Civil Code to increase the age of marriage for girls to 18. And 3, abolish the death penalty as a sentencing option and ratify the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We warmly welcome the delegation of Niger and thanks them for the presentation of the national report. Azerbaijan takes positive note of the progress made by Niger in promotion and protection of human rights during the reporting period. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, we recommend Niger the following. 1, ratify second international optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. 2, take necessary measures to operationalize National Observatory for Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms. 3, continue its efforts on protection of vulnerable groups, including women and children. We wish the delegation of Niger a successful review process. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Bangladesh.
Mr. Vice President, Bangladesh warmly welcomes the distinguished delegation of Niger. We note the adoption of policies and programs by Niger on universal health coverage, social protection, child protection, prevention of violence against women and girls, education of girls, and the national strategy to end child marriage. In the spirit of constructive cooperation, Bangladesh offers 3 recommendations. 1, continue strengthening measures to protect women and children, including preventing violence against women and girls, child marriage, and trafficking in persons. 2, improve access to quality education, healthcare, water, sanitation, social protection, especially for women, children, persons with disabilities, and rural communities. 3, further enhance access to justice, legal assistance, and accountability mechanism, especially for victims of violence and discrimination. We wish Niger a very successful review. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Belarus.
Thank you, Mr. President. We welcome the distinguished delegation of Niger, led by the Minister of Justice and Human Rights, Alio Daoud. Thank them for the preparation and presentation of the national report during this 4th UPR cycle. We note the significant efforts of the government to uphold its international obligations in the area of human rights, and we note its participation in its dialogue with the human rights mechanisms, even though the security challenges are severe. Given the adopted new constitutional framework and the strategies and programs to promote and protect human rights, we recommend first that Niger continue its legal reforms and that it strengthen coordination with a view to protecting national interests and guaranteeing security and stability. Second, that it consider updating the national strategy for extending economic rights and opportunities for women and its relevant plan of action. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Belgium. Thank you, Vice President. Belgium is delighted to welcome the constructive participation of the delegation of Niger to this new EPR cycle, recognizing the security challenges confronting the country, as well as persistent challenges in the sphere of human rights and human security. Belgium makes the following recommendations to Niger. 1. Establish a minimum legal age of marriage at 18 without exception for girls and boys, and take effective measures to eliminate child marriage, in particular through the adoption of multi-sectoral development programs, protection and empowerment of adolescents. 2. Fully guarantee the right to freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and peaceful association by amending or repealing any restrictive legislation, in particular provisions under the cybercriminality law, and ensuring a safe and fostering environment for the independent work of journalists, the media, and human rights defenders, as well as civil society. And 3, take concrete measures to abolish the death penalty, particularly by assuring systematic commutation of death penalties and by ratifying the second optional protocol relating to the ICCPR. Thank you. Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Botswana.
Mr. Vice President, Botswana is pleased to welcome the delegation of Niger to the 4th cycle of the Universal Periodic Review. We commend Niger for having made notable human rights reforms, such as the development of the second plan to end child marriage for the period 2024 to 2028. While acknowledging the extensive measures undertaken to date, we note that challenges still persist, particularly regarding protection of the rights of children. In order to support the promotion and protection of human rights, we recommend as follows. 1, amend the Civil Code to set the legal minimum age of marriage at 18 years to combat child marriage, especially in rural areas. 2, consider ratifying the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa. We wish Niger a successful review outcome. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now pass the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Brazil welcomes the delegation of the Republic of Niger and notes with appreciation the steps undertaken to promote inclusive education of children with disabilities. We encourage Niger to ratify the second optional protocol to the ICCPR and the optional protocol to the CRC on a communications procedure, as well as to rejoin the International Criminal Court. In a constructive spirit, Brazil recommends that Niger, 1, take measures to guarantee the full and effective enjoyment of the rights to peaceful assembly, freedom of association, and freedom of expression, including facilitating peaceful demonstrations. 2, ensure that all counterterrorism policies and operations are strictly consistent with international human rights law and international humanitarian law, including by preventing, investigating, and remedying human rights violations. We wish Niger a successful review. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now pass the floor to the distinguished representative of Burkina Faso. President, Burkina Faso wishes a warm welcome to our fraternal delegation of the Republic of Niger, and we greet the substantial progress made in the sphere of human rights despite a security challenge context. And we note with satisfaction cooperation with the human rights mechanisms, as well as human rights protection in the context of the combat against terror and an improvement in the sphere of education and justice. In a constructive vein, my delegation recommends that Niger continue in collaboration and in alliance with other countries from the Sahel Alliance and step up its efforts to restore security and peace across its territory. This is essential for the effective protection of human rights. We wish Niger a fruitful review. Thank you. Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Burundi. Thank you very much, Vice President. We warmly welcome the distinguished delegation of Niger and wish them a successful review. My delegation welcomes the National Action Plan for the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. This was adopted to promote the involvement of women in conflict prevention, as well as mediation and peace building. We also greet the establishment of holistic centres offering to victims of GBV care of a medical and psychological nature, as well as legal assistance and awareness-raising campaigns among communities. We encourage the policies which support women in rural areas to access basic core services and ensure their representation in decision-making processes, and make the following recommendations. Step up efforts aimed at providing services in rural areas in order to promote access by women to education and modern agricultural techniques, as well as entrepreneurship. Continue their educational policy in order to keep young women in school and avoid child marriage. And strengthen, the chair interrupts. Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognise the distinguished representative of Cabo Verde. Thank you, Vice President. Cabo Verde welcomes the delegation of Niger and thanks it for the presentation of its national report. We welcome the progress made in the third PR cycle despite the challenging security context. We particularly highlight the implementation of a significant number of recommendations in the areas of security, education, health, justice, combating discrimination, and the protection of vulnerable groups, as well as gender equality. Constructively, Cabo Verde makes the following recommendations. Commit to the adoption of legislative and operational measures to combat the recruitment and use, as well as kidnapping and sexual violence and murder, as well as mutilation of children. 2, ratify the second optional protocol of the ICCPR with a view to abolishing the death penalty. 3, introduce amendments to domestic legislation with a view to incorporating provisions from the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. Cabo Verde wishes Niger every success in this cycle. Thank you, Vice President. Thank you. I'd now like to recognise the distinguished representative of Cameroon, please. Thank you very much, Vice President. Cameroon, grateful to the delegation of Niger for the presentation of its national report and greets the efforts made in a particularly challenging security and institutional context, particularly in the sphere of legal reforms, protection of vulnerable groups, and the promotion of economic and social rights. Constructively, Cameroon makes the following recommendations. 1, continue efforts aimed at consolidating the institutional human rights framework, particularly by rolling out a national human rights institution in line with the Paris Principles. 2, strengthen fundamental rights protection measures, particularly in the context of the combat against terror, ensuring international norms on human rights and international humanitarian law are observed. 3, step up legislative reform aimed at promoting equality and combating discrimination, in particular those relating to women, children, and vulnerable groups. Cameroon reaffirms its support to Niger and wishes it a successful cycle. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognise the distinguished representative of Canada by video message.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, President. Canada is grateful to Niger for its participation in this Universal Periodic Review. We take note of the existing national institutions in the sphere of human rights. Canada recommends that Niger, 1, free all those arbitrarily detained, in particular former President Bazoum and his family. 2, amend Articles 29, 31 and 32 of the Law on Cybercriminality with a view to removing provisions criminalising so-called false information and attacks against public order. 3, lift reservations to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. And 4, implement their national strategy aimed at ending child marriage and set measurable goals as well as measurable timeframes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd now like to pass the floor to the distinguished representative of Chad. Thank you very much, President. The Republic of Chad expresses its solidarity with Niger in the face of its security challenges, in particular the combat against terror and the ramifications for the civilian population. We greet the country's commitment to cooperating with national human rights mechanisms and the efforts made to strengthen the institutional and regulatory framework. Very well aware of the constraints confronting the country, Chad encourages Niger to continue its efforts, particularly in the sphere of recommending continuing ratification of international instruments on human rights, strengthening measures to combat discrimination and practices aligned with slavery, and consolidating protection of women's rights, as well as children's rights and vulnerable people, as well as ensuring improving of core services. Wishing Niger the very best with its cycle, Chad remains convinced that the country will continue with significant progress. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize the distinguished representative of Chile. Thank you very much, Vice President. We greet the delegation of Niger and appreciate the adoption of law number 2022 of June 2022, which sets and recognizing the rights and responsibilities of human rights defenders in the country. Constructively, Chile makes the following recommendations. 1. Ratify the second optional protocol of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights aimed at abolishing the death penalty and adopt the necessary measures for its effective amendment of national law. 2. Amend Article 144 of the Civil Code to raise, with exception, the minimum of marriage to 18 and adopt concrete measures to ensure effective implementation of this. 3. Criminalize torture as an independent crime in national legislation in line with the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. 4. Ensure the effective operation of the National Human Rights Observatory. We wish Niger a successful review. Thank you. Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of China.
Vice President, China notes with appreciation that the government of Niger has formulated and improved national legislation, policies, and measures to ensure healthcare, fight gender-based violence, and protect rights of vulnerable groups such as older persons and people with disabilities. It has made positive progress in civil political rights and ESC rights, and it has maintained dialogue and cooperation with the UN human rights mechanisms. China has 2 recommendations. 1. Promote economic and social development to enhance the level of social protection. 2. Continue to advance social equality and combat discrimination against vulnerable groups such as women and children. China wishes Niger every success in this UPR. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Colombia. Thank you, Vice President. Colombia warmly welcomes the distinguished delegation of Niger and congratulates it for progress made in adopting international instruments in human rights. On this occasion and constructively, we respectfully recommend 1. That they take the necessary measures to abolish the death penalty, and in the meantime that they adopt draft acts in criminal code and the criminal procedure code, in particular the provisions concerning commutation of the death penalty. 2, that they reconsider their announcement to withdraw from the International Criminal Courts, and 3, that they set at 18 years of age the minimum age for marriage without exception. 4, that they adopt legislation including the prohibition of discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. Thank you. The Vice President, thank you very much. And I recognize the distinguished representative of Congo. Thank you very much, Vice President. Congo wishes a very warm welcome to the delegation of Niger and congratulates it for its national report. Our country welcomes and greets the tireless efforts of Niger connected to the promotion and protection of human rights, characterized by institutional and legal reforms aimed at consolidating the rule of law despite security limitations. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, Congo recommends to Niger the following. 1, that they redouble their efforts to operationalize their special compensation fund for those who are victims of trafficking. 2, that they step up awareness-raising activities to combat all types of violence against women and girls, particularly in rural settings. And 3, that they redouble their efforts to deal with challenges connected to their national health policy, ensuring a sufficient healthcare coverage. Finally, we wish Niger a successful review. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize the distinguished representative of Costa Rica. Thank you very much, Vice President. Costa Rica is grateful to Niger for the presentation of its report. We appreciate the efforts made to improve access to core social services as well as awareness-raising campaigns against child marriage. Costa Rica recommends 1. To ratify the second optional protocol of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights with a view to definitively abolishing the death penalty. In the meantime, maintaining a de facto moratorium. 2, that they step up their efforts to eliminate forced and child marriage, ensuring that girls remain in full-time education. 3, that they ensure a safe environment for human rights defenders and journalists, ensuring that national laws do not restrict freedom of expression. 4, that they strengthen the legal framework to prevent forced disappearances and ensure that complaints are investigated independently in line with recommendations by the treaty bodies. 5, that they ensure that security forces receive comprehensive training concerning international human rights and humanitarian law. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize the distinguished representative of Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you very much, Vice President. Côte d'Ivoire wishes a fraternal welcome to the delegation of the Republic of Niger and thanks it for the presentation of its national report. Despite a context characterized by security challenges, my delegation congratulates Niger for progress made around human rights in the country and welcomes the existence of legal and institutional frameworks to combat trafficking, prostitution, and pornography involving children. Côte d'Ivoire welcomes progress made as well in the sphere of health of mothers and children, particularly in the area of administering maternal health care that is appropriate and affordable. My delegation constructively makes the following recommendations. 1, abolish the death penalty. 2, adopt and implement the National Action Plan to combat trafficking in human beings. And 3, that they step up their adoption of their national strategy to eliminate begging. To conclude, Côte d'Ivoire wishes every success to the delegation of Niger. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'd like to pass the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba. Thank you very much, Vice President. We wish a warm welcome to the delegation of the Republic of Niger, and we recognize this country's commitment to the Universal Periodic Review, as well as the progress made during the last cycle in promoting and protecting human rights. We greet the approval of Law 202234 on hygiene and health, as well as the adoption of Law 202434 on social protection of older people. Constructively, we make the following 3 recommendations. 1, that they continue to implement their sectoral education program and training program 2014 to 2024. 2, that they continue to strengthen the National Social Protection Policy 2023 to 2027. And 3, that they continue to promote their collaboration with the human rights treaty bodies. We wish every success to Niger in this review and the implementation of accepted recommendations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize the distinguished representation of Cyprus.
Mr. Vice President, Cyprus welcomes the participation of the delegation of Niger in today's UPR session, as well as the presentation of its national report. Cyprus notes positive steps taken by Niger since its last review, including a national policy on young people, a new penal code in February 2026 encompassing strengthened penalties for offenses related to slavery, as well as a 2024 law strengthening social protection for older persons. Notwithstanding these efforts, Cyprus urges Niger to demonstrate more tangible and sustained progress in advancing human rights across all areas. Cyprus would like to make the following recommendations to Niger. Ratify the second optional protocol to the ICCPR and adopt a de jure moratorium on the death penalty with a view to abolition. Advance efforts towards eliminating the practice of child marriage. Improve access to family planning services and sexual and reproductive health care. And consider amending the criminal code and other legislation to criminalize all forms of gender-based violence against women, including marital rape. Cyprus wishes Niger a successful review. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to recognize the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The DPRK delegation extends a warm welcome to the delegation of the Republic of Niger and congratulate them on preparation and presentation of their national report at this 52nd session of the UPR. We commend the government of Niger for its efforts and progress in the promotion and protection of human rights by adapting and improving its domestic legislation to the ratified instruments, as well as undertaking numerous actions ensuring the effective enjoyment of the right of its citizens. In the spirit of constructive engagement, we recommend Niger to further strengthen its efforts for implementation of its national strategy for women's economic empowerment with its new action plan and the strategic frameworks which contribute to ensure food security, poverty reduction, as well as the national strategic plans for children. We wish Niger every success in this review. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to recognize the distinguished representative of Djibouti through a video statement. Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome the high-level delegation of Niger and thank them for the presentation of the national report. My delegation welcomes the efforts made by the authorities in improving domestic legislation to improve human rights and to implement the regulatory and institutional framework for the implementation of several human rights plans to improve security, education, health, justice, as well as the protection of vulnerable groups. We would like to make the following recommendations to Nigeria. First, to consider operationalizing the National Human Rights Observatory. Two, to improve the mechanisms and institutions entrusted with combating human trafficking, to adopt effective measures to criminally prosecute traffickers, and to grant particular attention to prevention as well as the protection of victims, particularly women and girls. Third, to redouble efforts and to take measures aiming to improve and strengthen the rule of law and the right to education equality for all, particularly by implementing measures to promote access to school for girls. We wish Niger every success in this review. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to give the floor now to the distinguished delegation of the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Vice President. The Dominican Republic would like to greet the distinguished delegation of the Republic of Niger and congratulate them for the presentation of the national report. Acknowledging the efforts that have been made in the promotion and protection of human rights, particularly their commitment to climate action and the progress made in freedom of the press and child marriage. In a spirit of constructive dialogue, we would recommend, 1, to ratify the optional protocol of the Convention Against Torture and other cruel and inhumane degrading treatment or punishment. 2, to step up the pace of the amendment on the Ombudsman's law. 3, to ratify relevant legislation to explicitly prohibit any and all type of discrimination. 4, to adopt measures to move towards gender equality in local and national administration, particularly in decision-taking positions. 5, to ensure effective access to protection and reparation warrants to comprehensive, welcoming, and support center for women that are victims of gender violence. We wish Niger a successful review. Thank you. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished delegation of Egypt.
شكرا سيد نائب الرئيس. رحب وفد مصر بالسيد علي.
Thank you. The delegation of Egypt would like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Alio Dauda, Minister of Justice, as well as to the delegation accompanying him. We have taken note of the national report, including institutional reforms, as well as the recommendations that have been accepted and followed up since the last CPR, as well as national efforts to improve security, health, and to combat discrimination. Constructively, we would like to recommend continued efforts to the national program to combat poverty, promote socioeconomic development for the most vulnerable groups. 2, to continue the implementation of the National Action Plan to protect children's rights, including the National Plan to reduce child mortality and to improve nutrition and the care, healthcare for children. We wish Niger every success. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Cedo la palabra a la
Thank you. Now the distinguished representation of Equatorial Guinea has the floor. Mr. Vice President, our delegation would like to thank the delegation of Niger for the presentation of the report of the CPR. Our country appreciates the efforts that have been made by Niger in promoting and respecting human rights in various areas of social life, such as respecting the right to life, guaranteeing freedom and security of individuals. These fundamental rights are enshrined in Chapter 3 of the 1991 Constitution. It prohibits arrest and arbitrary detention, slavery, forced and degrading treatment or punishment. Constructively, we recommend to improve healthcare infrastructure in rural areas that are affected by insecurity, which continue to face difficulties in having access to health, namely due to the lack of qualified healthcare personnel. I would like to conclude my statement to wishing the delegation of Niger a successful UPR. Thank you. Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Eritrea. Video statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. We warmly welcome the distinguished delegation of the Republic of Niger. We would like to offer the following recommendations. 1, to continue efforts to strengthen equitable access to quality health care, including by progressively increasing domestic budget allocations to the health sector in line with international commitments and by building on existing policies to expand coverage, particularly in rural and underserved areas, through enhanced infrastructure, health workforce capacity, and financial protection mechanisms. 2, to build on progress achieved in improving school health and hygiene conditions, including the expansion of hand-washing facilities, by further investing in water, sanitation, and digital infrastructure in schools, with the view to reducing urban-rural disparities and ensuring inclusive, safe, and quality learning environments for all. We wish Niger every success in the implementation of the recommendations it will accept and its continued efforts to promote and protect the human rights and well-being of its population. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished delegation of Estonia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Estonia welcomes the delegation of Niger to its 4th UPR. We welcome positive actions such as the adoption of the strategy to end child marriage. We encourage Niger to continue its efforts to protect and fulfill human rights in accordance with international human rights law. Estonia recommends to Niger to 1, ensure safe access to education and implement protection and risk mitigation measures for learners and educators in conflict-affected regions. 2, improve access to and quality of sexual and reproductive health services. 3, establish a national mechanism for the protection of human rights defenders. And 4, ratify the 2nd optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of death penalty. We wish Niger a successful review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to recognize the delegate of Eswatini.
President, Eswatini thanks the delegation of Niger for its presentation and continued engagement with the UPR process. We commend Niger for steps taken since its last review, including the implementation of the National Nutrition Security Policy and the 3N initiative to strengthen food security. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, we recommend Niger to 1, strengthen legislative and institutional frameworks to eliminate all forms of discrimination and ensure accountability for violations. 2, intensify efforts to combat gender-based violence and harmful practices, including through legal reform and strengthen victim support services. Lastly, we encourage Niger to continue its constructive engagement with human rights mechanisms. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to recognize the delegation of Niger, who will be addressing observations and comments made so far. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
D'accord. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, sir. I'll begin by giving the floor to members of my delegation, and then, if need be, I will add to their replies at the end.
Ok. Merci, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you, Minister. I would like to address 2 topics relating to questions that were sent to us by certain countries ahead of time. The first of these questions, and these covers all questions about the death penalty, questions raised by several countries together. We're an abolitionist country. Since 1976, no one sentenced to death has been executed. Even better, quite frequently, Niger votes in favor on a moratorium on the death penalty. And we had another bill, the criminal code, with a view to abolishing the death penalty. But given the many atrocities perpetrated in recent past by armed terrorist groups, the government has been forced to come back to the consideration of the death penalty, which had been banned in a criminal code. However, as was said already, it's still possible to commute a death sentence to life imprisonment, and life imprisonment to a defined sentence. So the current situation was a way to address the very untenable situation in Niger. And the second question I wanted to answer was about the mechanism that was set up when Niger is drafting the report for the UPR. And question was, what was our experience and how do we implement the recommendations? As you know, Niger has these mechanisms since 2010, and it has done everything it had to because we managed to catch up with the delay we had in drafting the initial and periodic reports for treaty bodies as well as for the UPR. And it is thanks to this mechanism that we are up to date with the drafting of these reports. And this mechanism is multidisciplinary, given that it is comprised of representatives from several ministries and other state agencies that work with us on an ongoing basis. And every time that we have to draft a report, we call upon all of these members, and we also resort to the National Human Rights Institution. We also involve civil society, as well as members of parliament, all before the report is presented, which is of the inclusiveness and participatory nature of our method for drafting the report. The UPR report is no exception of this. And as you have seen, all stakeholders were involved in its drafting, which is why we take great pleasure in saying that our country was appreciated on the international stage for the work of this mechanism. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I would also like to address some of the questions submitted ahead of time, mainly those relating to the ratification of the protocol to the African Charter of Human and People's Rights, specifically on women's rights. The government has tried to ratify this protocol several times by presenting it to the parliament, but the draft bills that have been submitted were not adopted by our representatives, which means that currently, given the situation in our country, the protocol cannot be ratified. However, given the awareness of the cultural leaders and community leaders continues, we will consider this again in due time. The second question that I would like to address is on the prevention and reduction of cases of statelessness. And in that regard, I can say that the government of Niger seeks to improve proximity digitization to reduce cases of statelessness. So our law on the civil status increased the number of birth registry centers. There is one in every commune, in villages, in tribal centers, in refugee camps and displaced persons camps. In each of them, there is a center where births can be registered. Additionally, the birth registration process has been digitized thanks to the law on civil rights. And on April 2026, the National Agency for the Identification and Registration of Physical Persons was created. Other measures taken to reduce the risk of statelessness include simplifying the method of the procedures for birth registration and granting the nationality of Niger to children born in Niger without parents clearly identified, and also the law of April 22nd, 2006 gives the Court of Appeals and local courts the right to grant nationality to these children. Thank you. I would like to add something to what my colleague just said, namely by providing some data. We went from birth registration from 62% in 2023 to 69% in 2029. Also, as part of our efforts to digitize birth registration, we have digitized 52 communes out of the 267 communes, all of which has been done thanks to the efforts to digitize the civil registry. Thank you.
De l'Observatoire national des droits de l'homme.
As was already said, the National Human Rights Observatory is a body created by the new charter. We're currently progressively establishing all the agencies that are stipulated in the charter. And here I would like to say that we even have a draft decree which will define the makeup and mission of this observatory. It's already been drafted and it's waiting approval. Should happen in short order. Now, regarding human resources and financial resources, which was a question we had, of course, once the observatory is set up, it will be given the resources it needs in order to discharge its mandate. I would also like to answer another question we had on torture and the mechanism for the prevention of torture. This came from a recommendation we received in the past. And previously, we had a national commission, which was mandated to prevent torture. I think that's its mission once again, but I should say that torture usually is perpetrated by armed groups, not by the defense and security forces, which have been trained rigorously on human rights and international humanitarian law. And we can see this in the reports that are drafted afterwards, where there is no indication of such acts. Also on torture, I have to say that the new criminal code criminalizes torture with its own harsh sentences, which acts as a deterrent and applies to anyone who commits an act of torture, and then they're liable for criminal prosecution. Thank you.
Répondre à la visite, la question relative à la visite du
questions on the visit of the special rapporteur. Well, I would like to reaffirm Niger's commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights, as well as its commitment to cooperate with international mechanisms, especially the Human Rights Council's special procedures. And so, pursuant to the open invitation, Niger considers with all due attention the requested visit by the special rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms in combating terrorism. The relevant authorities are open to starting a constructive dialogue and to find the best means to arrive at a mutually acceptable calendar or time frame for that visit. Additionally, Niger would like to reiterate its willingness to fully cooperate with all thematic mandate holders and to facilitate their visits while respecting our national priorities and existing security and logistic limitations. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And I would like to address two questions, both on the right to a wholesome, sustainable environment. In Nigeria, the Reed Foundation Charter in Article 40 stipulates that all Nigerians have the right to a healthy environment. And as such, Niger approves resolutions coming out of the various COPs that have taken place. Niger also has some legislative documents and institutions that have been entrusted with the protection of the environment, like Law 4 on environmental management, the National Environment Policy for Sustainable Development, the National Council for Development, and I should also point out that there is a mechanism for the protection of the environment. It's called the Environmental Assessment Bureau, and all industrial projects are submitted to this body before their approval. And this bureau has been mandated to assess the consequences, the impact that any project will have on the environment. More recently, there has been the creation of an office that works on the protection of ecosystems and the diversification of biodiversity. Also, the Ministry of Health has created an office which has been mandated to protect the environment and restoring the green belt. And all of this is part of the greater goal of preserving the environment. Thank you. And I would like to answer a few questions on the protection of older persons. For Nigeria, from our social cultural values, we have some mechanisms that have been set up for the protection of human rights. But that said, we haven't just rested on our laurels, and we have a recent document from 2024 on principles and on guidelines for caring for persons with disabilities. There is even some content there for older persons, as well as for persons with disabilities. We're looking at the Marrakesh Treaty, recently adopted, recently ratified, rather. And on something else, I wanted to address concerns on accessing potable water in conflict areas. For after all, that was a question submitted to us for the area that was most harshly hit by this issue. I could say that that's been taken care of already. The head of state paid a visit to this area as part of his vision into the country, and he handed over some instructions, and that has been taken care of. The situation is taken care of. Not just this main area, but also 33 surrounding and neighboring communes have now potable water. And as part of the efforts of the defense and security forces, we have also civil military activities. And they also work on social and developmental projects in these cities and towns. Thank you.
Merci. Donc, quant à moi, je vais essayer.
Thank you. I'll try to answer questions on women and children's access to health services, namely in rural areas. Here, our Health and Social Development Program seeks to provide access and continued provision of healthcare at all levels. Now, that means on the ground that we are turning normal health centers into the integrated health centers, which provide all sorts of services. And so far, we have 1,541 across the whole country. In addition to the integrated health centers, we are considering creating district hospitals. There are 40 in total right now operational, and 10 are being built. This is in areas that are within reach for rural populations. We have also developed 2 strategies which bring health services closer to the population. One are the mobile or ambulatory clinics, and also the mass awareness raising campaigns. The Army's health services have been involved, and they are supporting the Department of Health by assisting with the provision of certain services in conflict areas. In terms of financial access, we should say that the services are free of charge for women and vulnerable children. And we have also reduced the fees for the population at large. And births are free as well. We also need to hire sufficient, well-qualified human resources. The minister mentioned a moment ago, there's a project to register 6,000 staff members, and that's currently in the works. So that's it. Thank you. And now we'll talk about online crime and on human rights defenders. And also freeing President Bazoum. I'd like to say first regarding human rights defenders, that they're not exempt from respecting our country's legislation. Who are these human rights defenders that have been detained? Well, I think it's only one type, who was an apologist for terrorism, and that's a criminal offense according to UN documents and our domestic legislation. There are many human rights defenders who have not been prosecuted in our country. But when there is one that commits certain offenses, they should be accountable. Now, in our country, have also decided to withdraw from the Rome Statute. This was a decision we gave some thought to. Seeing that there were things we wanted to leave behind. It's not child's game. It's not child's play. We decided to withdraw. And when the conditions for our return are met, we will consider doing that then and there. But that is not on the table for the time being. There's a question whether we're going to amend the legislation to set the age of marriage at a new level for boys and girls, to have it at 18 years of age. Well, we are currently making some changes, and already in the criminal code that was just recently adopted, there is a criminal offense for early marriages. And for the person that marries before the age of 18, that's a criminal offense. And in the civil code, the change can be made as well. But the criminal code is there to punish anyone who married a boy or a girl under the age of 18. And then torture, it's been mentioned several times, our legislation criminalizes torture. And regarding access to potable water, to education, to health, the efforts made by the current government, they haven't been made in the past 10 years. Now they have. With all the investment that has been done to improve education, now Nigerians can be proud of the progress that has been made. I think that covers the questions I had. And regarding freeing President Bazoum, his case was presented to the National Court.
But I think we should trust the Nigerian justice system. This is not an arbitrary system, it's a judiciary. When someone openly asks foreign forces to come in and attack your country, what do you do with that? So we have to look at what actually went on. There are documents in which he had asked the French army to come for an intervention in Niger. So if someone does such a thing, he is answerable before the national jurisdictions. So we need to understand each other. We need to be clear about that. This is what he is accused of. With respect to the other details, our country is open. We have never refused entry to any treaty body rights holders, mandate holders. There was just one point where there was a scheduling problem and that particular mandate holder could not come. But we are open to visits. And I can assure you that our army is the one that is most respectful of human rights, because often it is armies that hold prisoners, but there are the brigades which assist them. And we have in fact trained our armies in the judicial aspect of military interventions. So we have raised these questions and you have asked us questions and we have answered in our full responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now we will resume our interactive dialogue. And I would like to recognize the distinguished delegation of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Ethiopia warmly welcomes the high-level delegation of Niger and thanks it for the presentation of its national report. We commend Niger for its continued efforts to promote and protect human rights. We also recognize Niger's commitment to strengthening resilience in the face of climate change and security concerns. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, Ethiopia offers the following 3 recommendations. 1, continue strengthening efforts to ensure access to quality education, particularly for girls and children in rural areas. 2, continue enhancing access to healthcare services, including maternal and child health. 3, continue intensifying measures to reduce poverty and food insecurity, especially among vulnerable populations. In closing, Ethiopia wishes Niger a successful review. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished delegation of France.
Le vice-président.
Thank you, Vice President. Within the framework of Niger's UPR, France makes the following recommendations. 1, release persons arbitrarily detained, including President Mohamed Bazoum and his wife. 2, ensure the freedom of expression, association, and assembly by authorizing the resumption of the activities of the ICRC and international NGOs, put an end to repression and detention of civil society actors, including human rights defenders and journalists. 3rd, ratify the 2nd optional protocol to the ICCPR to eliminate the death penalty. Protect the rights of women and girls, including by lifting the reservation to CEDAW and by adopting a clear legal framework to fight violence against them. And 5, guarantee the protection of LGBT+ persons and fight against discrimination and harassment against them, including by decriminalizing homosexuality. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished delegation of Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Gambia welcomes the delegation of Niger and appreciates its engagement with the UPR mechanism. We commend Niger's commitment to fulfill its international human rights obligations and the Human Rights Council mechanisms against the backdrop of a very challenging security environment. In the spirit of constructive engagement, my delegation makes the following recommendations. 1, re-establish an independent national human rights institution in line with the Paris principles. 2, take necessary measures to prevent and punish all forms of discrimination against descent-based discrimination. And 3, criminalize all forms of gender-based violence and strengthen the provision of support services for victims and survivors of rape and all forms of sexual violence. And lastly, adopt a legal framework on transitional justice that addresses conflict-related gender-based violence, ensures access to reparations for victims, and includes the meaningful participation of women and affected communities. We wish Niger every success in implementing its human rights commitments. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to recognize the distinguished delegation of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Georgia welcomes and thanks the delegation of Niger for the presentation of the national report. Georgia positively notes certain improvement and availability of drinking water and sanitation facilities in schools and encourages Niger to continue applying efforts in this direction. We are reassured with the fact that the national health policy is directed towards equitable and universal access to highly quality services with a focus on vulnerable groups. Herewith, Georgia would like to recommend to Niger. First, to strengthen efforts to increase enrollment in schools at all levels, including primary education, especially for girls and women. And second, to continue its efforts to improve access to the quality of healthcare and increase budget allocations to bring them into line with the recommendations of WHO and the Abuja Declaration. We wish to Niger a very successful review. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to recognize the distinguished delegation of Germany.
Mr. Vice President, Germany welcomes the delegation of Niger and appreciates its engagement with the UPR process. Germany commends Niger for its efforts to strengthen the legal and policy framework, including initiatives to address statelessness and gender violence, as well as continued educational enrollment of girls. We remain deeply concerned about restrictions on civic space, including freedom of expression, freedom of the press, and freedom of peaceful assembly. We are also concerned about the high prevalence of child marriage. Germany recommends 2. 1. Continue to cooperate with the UN human rights system, including the OHCHR. 2. Revise the civil code in order to align the legal age of marriage to 18 years for both women and men without exception. 3. Review and amend legislation on defamation and cybercrimes to ensure the protection of freedom of opinion and expression. And 4. Ratify the second optional protocol to the ICCPR with a view to abolishing the death penalty. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to recognize the distinguished delegation of Ghana.
Mr. Vice President, Ghana welcomes the delegation of Niger to its fourth UPR. Ghana applauds Niger for implementing its national strategic plan for survival aimed at reducing infant mortality through immunization, nutrition, and primary health care. We also commend Niger's girls' schooling policy designed to reduce early marriage and keep girls in school. Ghana further commends Niger for the adoption of a new criminal code which criminalizes slavery. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, Ghana recommends that Niger, 1, expedite the operationalization of the National Observatory for Human Rights in conformity with the Paris Principles. 2, reinforce protection measures for schools, hospitals, and other critical infrastructure. And 3, review cybercrime legislation to ensure that restrictions on expression remain proportionate and consistent with the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Ghana wishes Niger every success with the review process.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished delegation of Haiti.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My delegation commends Niger on its participation in this fourth UPR cycle and recognizes the major challenges facing the country, in particular regarding security and the food crisis. We welcome Niger's full cooperation with the UN treaty bodies and take note of its efforts to maintain social protection mechanisms, in particular through its national policy for food security and the 3N initiative in a particularly difficult context. In a constructive spirit, we recommend that Niger take all necessary measures to protect children from the effects of armed conflict, in particular by preventing their recruitment and by guaranteeing their access to education and healthcare. My delegation also recommends that Niger reform
First, intensify efforts to eliminate all forms of slavery and slavery-like practices, including through effective enforcement, accountability, and victim support mechanisms. Second, take steps to operationalize the National Human Rights Observatory, including by ensuring adequate and sustainable resources, establishing a clear and independent mandate to promote and protect human rights in line with the Paris Principles. And third, continue efforts to reintegrate children affected by armed conflict, including former child soldiers affected by armed conflict, and advance the development of disarmament and demobilization programs. We wish Niger a successful review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Maldives thanks to Niger for the presentation of its national report and commends its continued engagement with the Universal Periodic Review process. We commend Niger for its efforts towards the promotion and protection of human rights through policies, strategies, programs, and projects in the field of education, water and sanitation, and the women's economic empowerment. We further welcome Niger's continued cooperation with international human rights mechanisms, including the Human Rights Council and treaty bodies, through its regular submission of reports and accepted visits from the special procedures mandate holders. In a constructive spirit, the Maldives makes the following recommendations. 1. Improve access to safe drinking water and sanitation facilities in every school, especially those in rural areas. 2. Strengthen efforts to increase enrollment in schools at all levels, including primary education. The Maldives wishes Niger a successful review. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished delegate of Mali. Ambassador.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mali extends a warm welcome to the delegation of the Sister Republic of Niger, and we welcome the quality of the report produced as well as the introductory statement made by Minister Daouda and the additional information provided. We welcome the major progress achieved by Niger since the third UPR cycle. My delegation commends Niger on several policies and national strategies contributing to improving the rights of Nigerian citizens, including the National Prevention and Response Strategy against gender-based violence, the sectoral program for education and training, the national health policy, and so on. We, moreover, welcome the additional provisions to make the mining sector more attractive for investors, but also by increasing the financial revenue to the state while ensuring environmental management. In a constructive spirit, we recommend that Niger strengthen investment in local value-added change to prevent and fight against malnutrition.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Mauritania.
ترحب موريتانيا بوفد جمهورية النيجر وتثني على مشاركته البناءة في آلية الاستعراض الدوري الشامل وتشيد موريتانيا بالإصلاحات التشريعية والمؤسسية.
My delegation warmly welcomes the delegation of Niger and congratulates it for its constructive participation in this UPR. We welcome the legislative and institutional reforms which have been undertaken, as well as the ongoing cooperation with international human rights mechanisms and the adoption of healthcare, education, social protection, gender equality, and child protection policy and programs. In a constructive vein, we make the following recommendations: continue efforts to strengthen the legal and institutional framework to support human rights, particularly through the implementation of recent reforms. 2, work for the comprehensive establishment of human rights institutions in line with the international standards in force. We wish Niger the very best in this review. Thank you, President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to pass the floor to the distinguished representative of Mauritius by video message. Thank you very much, President. Mauritius wishes a warm welcome to the delegation of Niger during this 4th UPR cycle. We greet the constructive commitment of the country to the UPR process. This is an essential pillar for promoting and protecting human rights. In a constructive vein, we wish to make the following recommendations to Niger: to comprehensively grapple with the problem of discrimination against women and to promote gender equality. 2, to continue and broaden dialogue with civil society organizations which work in the sphere of protecting human rights. And finally, to eliminate all forms of slavery and ensure that all slaving practices be punishable by sentences commensurate with the seriousness of the facts. We wish Niger a fruitful review from every perspective. Thank you very much, Vice President. The President, thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize Mexico. Thank you very much, Vice President. We're grateful to Niger for its report. We constructively and respectfully recommend: 1, a reform of the criminal code to broaden access to legal abortion in cases of sexual violence and implementation of awareness-raising campaigns to reduce stigma concerning access to sexual and reproductive health care. 2, that they ratify the second optional protocol of the ICCPR aimed at abolishing the death penalty. 3, that they repeal legal provisions criminalizing or punishing consensual sexual acts between same-sex adults, and that they adopt a comprehensive law to prevent and eliminate discrimination, including that motivated by sexual orientation and gender identity. We wish Niger a successful review. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd now like to pass the floor to the distinguished representative of Montenegro.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Montenegro welcomes Niger's engagement with the UPR mechanism. We took note on the present report. Decline of civil and political rights, combined with poverty, violence, and deteriorated humanitarian situation, makes the human rights environment difficult and worrisome. Montenegro expresses its concern over human rights abuses and democratic backsliding. The scale of restriction of freedoms and widespread arbitrary detentions are deeply troubling. We call on authorities to restore the constitutional role and democratic governance. Montenegro echoes concerns of different treaty bodies regarding the high rate of gender-based violence, law prosecution and conviction rates, and lack of progress in criminalization of unlawful forms of violence. Montenegro recommends the following: to enact a comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation, followed by a set of strategic and policy documents ensuring its effective implementation, in particular related to gender, age, and sexual orientation, to release all political detainees and investigate impartially and without delay killings of civilians and missing persons cases, ensuring accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Morocco. Thank you very much, Vice President. My delegation warmly welcomes the delegation from Niger and thanks it for the presentation of its national report. We greet the efforts made by the authorities in Niger to undertake their international commitments in the sphere of human rights, in particular through the ratification of international instruments, as well as the strengthening of their domestic legal arsenal in line with commitments made to UN treaties. My delegation would like particularly to greet the implementation of several policies, strategies, programs, projects, and national plans which underpin the promotion and protection of human rights. Aware of all of these efforts, Morocco would like to make the following 2 recommendations. 1, to continue investment efforts in social service staff in order to ensure that all children at risk of violence can have timely access to services to protect children, including decentralized services. 2, that they strengthen all necessary public services to promote quality inclusive education, particularly implementing efforts aimed at promoting better access for girls to school and protecting schools from attacks. Thank you very much, Vice President. Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Namibia.
No está presente.
They seem not to be here, and so I now recognize the distinguished representative of Nepal.
Mr. Vice President, Nepal warmly welcomes the delegation of Niger to the 4th cycle of UPR and thanks them for presenting the national report. We appreciate Niger for its constructive engagements with the human rights instruments and mechanisms. We take positive note of the ongoing efforts to implement the recommendations of the previous cycle and the policy initiatives taken by Niger to advance human rights in the country. In a constructive spirit, Nepal recommends Niger the following. 1. Continue efforts to expand access to education for girls in rural areas. 2. Redouble efforts to support vulnerable communities for adaptation and mitigation of the impacts of climate change. 3. Consider establishing an independent national human rights institution in line with the Paris principles. We wish Niger a successful UPR. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Kingdom of the Netherlands thanks the delegation of Niger for the presentation of its national report. The Netherlands commends the Nigerian government for the adoption of the strategy to end child marriage, aiming to reach the Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. The Netherlands is concerned by the disbanding of political parties in 2025 and the National Commission on Human Rights. In the spirit of constructive cooperation, the Netherlands recommends to, first, ensure that commitments to international human rights are included in official statements and fundamental texts, and that the Charter of the Refundation includes commitments to fundamental human rights. And second, release human rights defenders, journalists, and civil society representatives who were detained with reference to criminal laws. The Netherlands wishes Niger success with the follow-up of these recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize the distinguished representative of Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Nigeria warmly welcomes the delegation of the Brotherly Republic of Niger. We take positive note of Niger's continued engagement with international human rights mechanisms and its efforts to maintain its reporting obligations. We also commend the steps taken to strengthen institutional frameworks and expand access to basic social services despite prevailing security and development challenges. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, Nigeria recommends that Niger, 1, re-establish the Independent National Human Rights Commission institution, 2, continue efforts to operationalize and strengthen the National Observatory for Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms in accordance with the Paris Principles, strengthen efforts to improve access to justice, including through continued capacity building for judicial and law enforcement personnel, and 4, continue to strengthen measures to protect children affected by armed conflict. Finally, Nigeria wishes Niger every success in its review process. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the distinguished representative of Norway.
Vice President, Norway welcomes Niger's participation in the UPR review and appreciates the opportunity to engage in constructive dialogue on human rights. However, since military coup in 2023, the human rights situation in Niger has deteriorated. Norway recommends that Niger, 1, comply with its international human rights and humanitarian law obligations, ensure that security forces respect these obligations, and release individuals held in arbitrary detention. 2, take necessary steps towards an inclusive transition to restore democratic constitutional order, including respect for freedom of expression and political pluralism. 3, ensure needed actions to promote gender equality and women's and girls' rights, including access to sexual and reproductive health and rights, and girls' access to education, to improve protection, health outcomes, and opportunities, including the prevention of child marriage and early pregnancy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the delegation of Niger for them to tackle the observations and comments that have been made to date. Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Vice President. I'd like to thank and congratulate the different speakers for their recommendations, which I found very constructive. But there are some that require a few comments. The first, and I'll take these by cluster, the first relates to access to healthcare and drinking water, and I want to refer to our report on this. We are going to obviously be taking measures to ensure that famine is consigned to history in Niger. We have access to healthcare and we've redoubled our efforts. We've given details on that in the report on these subjects. In terms of access to justice, there too we've strengthened our system, organising training and awareness raisings to ensure that the maximum number of people have access, including in remote areas, and placing at the disposal of the public digital solutions, voice assistants to allow their questions to be properly addressed. On the subject of marriage that often crops up, I would also invite that you refer to our report on that, invite you to refer to our report. On recruitment, our army doesn't recruit children. If there's recruitment, it's being done by terrorists. It's them who engage in child recruitment. And our country fully respects these principles. In any case, there is often collateral damage as a result of conflict, but the majority of victims that are recorded in our country are down to those contexts. Now, in terms of freedom of press and freedom of association, as well as the freedom of human rights defenders to operate, I think if you look at the advisory board that's made its proposals with 2 political parties, there is a situation where we are working to ensure that we have all of the guarantees in place in order to ensure that political parties are properly working towards constructing the country. The challenges that we have need to be taken seriously, and we're in the process of preparing ourselves to get a healthy political climate in place where we can have a proper legalized political process without any social, ethnic or racial instrumentalization. We were in the teeth of a civil war if things had continued. So this matter of political parties, I would say, obviously, the current situation will be changed as soon as possible, as soon as the situation allows, inshallah. Now, in terms of those in detention, we have to ask who this relates to. Now, I think the answer's already been given by the President. If you look at civil society actors, the state of Niger, even when it drafted its report, we are engaged in a constructive dialogue with them. Now, in terms of some NGOs, when NGOs decide to go out to unsecure areas with lorries full of full lorries and they come back empty and people disappear, you don't know what's happened. If you're going to go out with a lorry full of water, food and medicines out to an insecure area and the lorry vanishes into thin air, what's happened? It will have fallen into the hands of terrorists, and obviously if it's done once and twice, then you know what's going on. We're not going to allow NGOs to fuel terrorism on our doorstep. Of course we're not going to. We didn't do this lightly, we were forced to. And if they repeat those actions, we're going to repeat our curtailment of it. If you look at the Red Cross and you look at the surveys that have been carried out, they point clearly to what's going on. And we've seen that and identified the moments, and we've worked with NGOs. And some NGOs are actually fueling and inciting terrorists to attack prisons and undermine civil security. And sometimes, obviously, NGOs are organizing seminars and they bring armed groups, and they were the ones that were actually at the basis of the attack. When somebody violates a country's law, obviously you have to respond to that. I beg you, we respect human rights. And if you look at the charter which founds our country, it affirms all of the principles and decisions that our country has adopted and our commitment to the universal values of human rights and the instruments it has signed up to. And that is why we are here before you today, to present our report to the fourth UPR. Quite frankly, on the subject of political parties, it will be resolved. In terms of the Human Rights Observatory, it will be set up, but right now I can't give you the time frame. But the text for its operation have already been established. Now, in terms of access to water, education, and equality, you have to look at the policies that we are actually rolling out to understand where we are. And sexist violence is punished in our legislation. The new criminal codes punish this category of violence. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Good. So we will continue then with our list of speakers. And I recognize the distinguished representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We welcome the delegation of Niger, led by His Excellency Mr. Aliyu Dauda, Minister of Justice and Human Rights, and thank them for their constructive engagement with the Universal Periodic Review process. We commend Niger for taking tangible steps towards the overall improvement of human rights in the country. In particular, we note the implementation of the National Nutrition Security Policy and the 3N initiative in this regard. At the same time, in a spirit of cooperation and constructive partnership, we recommend that Niger may take steps towards re-establishing a fully functioning and independent national human rights institution. We remain confident that Niger will continue to build on its efforts for further promotion and protection of human rights. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And I now recognize the distinguished representative of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Philippines warmly welcomes the distinguished delegation of Niger and appreciates the presentation of its national report. We commend Niger for its constructive engagement with the Universal Periodic Review and the concrete measures taken during the review period to strengthen national human rights frameworks, notwithstanding constraints. We welcome ongoing efforts to incorporate human rights education in school curricula. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, we offer the following recommendations. 1. Ensure the effective implementation of laws and policies addressing gender-based violence, including female genital mutilation and marital rape, alongside improving access to support services and accountability mechanisms for victims and survivors. 2. Expand access to quality education, particularly for girls in conflict-affected and underserved regions, as a critical foundation for empowerment and long-term development. And 3. Step up efforts to end child marriage, including by aligning relevant legislation with international human rights obligations and standards. In conclusion, the Philippines wishes Niger a successful review.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Portugal welcomes the delegation of Niger and thanks it for the presentation of its national report. Portugal commends Niger's continued engagement with international and regional human rights mechanisms, as well as its efforts to make all public services, particularly healthcare and education, accessible to persons with disabilities. We've also warmly welcomed the adoption of the National Plan Against Child Marriage 2024-2028 and encourage Niger to continue efforts to combat child marriage by fully implementing the plan. In a constructive spirit, Portugal recommends that Niger consider accelerating the reform of the Penal Code and the Code of Criminal Procedure with a view to abolishing the death penalty and to ratify the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Portugal wishes Niger a successful review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Qatar.
سيدنا أبو الرئيس نرحب برئيس.
Vice President, we welcome the delegation from Niger and congratulate them for the presentation they have provided. We also welcome the institutional and legal reforms that have been brought in to strengthen the rule of law and governance, as well as to uphold all human rights. We make the following recommendations. One, continue efforts to reduce the mortality rate among infants by continuing primary healthcare programs as well as vaccination programs to make them sustainable and efficient, as well as follow and bolster education policies, particularly targeting girls and ensuring their education across all levels, eliminating existing challenges. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. I now recognise the distinguished representative of Romania.
Mr. Vice President, Romania welcomes Niger's engagement with the UPR process and wishes it a successful outcome of this review. Romania constructively recommends Niger to 1. Advance efforts to combat child labor and early enforced marriage, and take measures to ensure access to education for all children, particularly for girls. 2. Guarantee a safe and enabling environment for civil society and human rights defenders, including by respecting the rights to freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly. 3. Ratify the second optional protocol to the ICCPR and revise the penal code with a view to abolish the death penalty. Romania encourages the national authorities to address existing challenges and ensure human rights protection, including by establishing the National Observatory of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, while continuing the implementation of the recommendations addressed throughout the UPR process. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We thank the delegation of Niger for the report. The situation of human rights remains difficult despite the efforts of the government to counter terrorism. It's not entirely successful. There is a broad information campaign from the outside to discredit the government. Efforts should be made to calm the situation, not to put oil on the fire. Niger deserves support. We recommend that Niger continue efforts to continue work on its national legislation, including in the areas of human rights. Secondly, that it takes steps to improve the situation in educational facilities, in particular to provide schools with drinking water and sanitary facilities. Third, that it provide for equality between men and women. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Rwanda.
Mr. Vice President, Rwanda welcomes the high-level delegation of the Republic of Niger and appreciate the presentation of the national report. We commend Niger's commitment to inclusive and light-based health policies as demonstrated by the National Master Plan for the Control of Neglected Tropical Diseases 2022-2026 that has meaningfully improved equitable access to health care services. Rwanda also appreciates the efforts to strengthen prosecution of slavery-related offenses by criminalizing slavery and similar practices in February 2026. In a spirit of constructive dialogue, we commend Niger the following. 1. Further strengthen equitable access to education, particularly in rural areas, by scaling up investment in school infrastructure and accelerating the recruitment and training of teachers, including females. 2. To strengthen access to adequate housing and safe drinking water by expanding community-based water and sanitary services. Finally, we wish Niger a successful review. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia.
السيد نائب الرئيس.
Thank you very much, Vice President. We warmly welcome the head of delegation from Niger and the accompanying delegation. We thank them for the presentation of the report, which demonstrates this country's commitment to the promotion of human rights. Niger has confronted challenges, and despite this, it is making efforts in the sphere of food security, as well as healthcare access and access to education and core services. We have the following constructive recommendations to make. One, that they continue their efforts to ensure access to primary healthcare, particularly in rural areas. Two, that they continue their efforts to improve access to education, particularly primary education. We wish Niger every success in this review. Thank you. Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Senegal. Thank you very much, President. Senegal warmly welcomes the delegation from the Republic of Niger and thanks it for the presentation of its report in the context of this 52nd session of the Working Group on the Universal Periodic Review. Senegal welcomes the measures taken by Niger to promote human rights in line with recommendations made in the previous UPR and welcomes its cooperation with the international and regional human rights mechanisms. Noting the persistent challenges at play, my country would like to make the following 3 recommendations. Consolidate the implementation of economic and social policies to ensure a fostering climate for the enjoyment of human rights. 2, that they draft a new strategy to prevent radicalization and violent extremism in order to bolster the implementation of human rights in combating terror. And 3, that they ensure the ratification of human rights instruments relating to vulnerable groups, particularly the optional protocol on the CRC, as well as Convention 189 of the ILO on domestic workers. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone.
Mr. Vice President, Sierra Leone welcomes the distinguished delegation of Niger led by the Honorable Minister of Justice and Human Rights and thanks it for presenting its national report. Sierra Leone notes with appreciation the adoption of national policies during the review cycle for the promotion and protection of human rights, particularly the National Child Protection Policy 2024-2028 and the National Strategic Plan to End Child Marriage 2024-2028. Sierra Leone has the following recommendations which it presents with the aim of fostering constructive engagement. 1, ensure effective free compulsory education by reducing or eliminating indirect costs for families. 2, guarantee through legislation at least 12 years of free primary and secondary education. And 3, strengthen efforts to ensure girls and women have access to quality education and promote gender equality. Sierra Leone wishes the broader Republic of Niger a successful review. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished representative of Singapore.
Mr. President, Singapore commends the participation of the Republic of Niger in the UPR process and the progress it has made since its last review. Singapore welcomes Niger's efforts to enhance gender equality within the country, including through the development of the new national employment policy, which aims to encourage women's access to the formal labor market, the provision of training and awareness-raising activities for traditional and religious leaders, and the provision of scholarships for girls. Singapore recommends that Niger strengthens its policy to combat gender equality and promote women's economic empowerment. Singapore also welcomes Niger's efforts to promote inclusivity for children with disabilities, including through the National Inclusive Education Strategy developed in 2024, which aims to integrate children with disabilities into mainstream schools and making schools accessible for persons with disabilities. Singapore recommends that Niger continues to empower persons with disabilities to participate in public life. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Cedo la palabra.
Thank you very much.
Presentación de...
Thank you very much. Slovakia is recognized. Slovakia.
Mr. Vice President, Slovakia welcomes the delegation of Niger and its national report. Since Niger's last UPR, the human rights situation has substantially changed following the coup d'etat. These developments pose serious challenges to democratic governance and the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms. We remain concerned about the continued acts of terrorism in the country and reiterate the importance of ensuring full enjoyment of human rights for its people in conditions of peace, stability, and sustainable development. At the same time, we acknowledge Niger's steps to strengthen its human rights framework and would like to offer the following recommendations: to restore constitutional order and ensure respect for democratic institutions, to prevent gender-based violence, assure education for girls, prevent child labor and human trafficking, to address cases of detained human rights defenders, journalists, and others, such as deposed President Bazoum. We wish Niger a successful review. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Cedo la palabra.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the distinguished delegate of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Slovenia commends the delegation of Niger for its engagement with the UPR process. Slovenia acknowledges the measures taken by Niger to improve maternal health. However, concerns persist regarding the high incidence of gender-based violence against women and girls, including sexual and domestic violence, with the low rates of prosecution and conviction. Slovenia recommends to Niger to expedite the amendment of its criminal code and other relevant legislation in order to criminalize all forms of gender-based violence against women, including domestic and sexual violence. Slovenia would also like to renew the recommendation to ratify the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty. Finally, Slovenia encourages Niger to further strengthen the protection of fundamental freedoms, including freedom of expression, as well as the rights of human rights defenders and journalists. Slovenia also calls for the unconditional release of all human rights defenders, activists, and journalists who have been arrested and detained. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would like to recognize the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Very much, Mr. Vice President. My delegation thanks the delegation of Niger for its presentation and engagement with the Universal Periodic Review process. We note progress made despite significant challenges, including efforts to improve access to healthcare and food security initiatives. However, we remain concerned about reports of gender-based violence, child marriage, modern slavery practices, and limited access to justice, as well as constraints on fundamental freedoms such as peaceful assembly and expression. Accordingly, we wish to make the following recommendations: that Niger reestablishes an independent and fully functional national human rights institution in line with the Paris Principles with adequate resources and a strong mandate. Secondly, accelerate legal reforms to combat gender-based violence, child marriage, and slavery practices, ensuring accountability and protection for victims. Thirdly, strengthen access to basic services, particularly health, education, and food security, while addressing structural inequalities affecting vulnerable populations. South Africa stands ready to support Niger in advancing human rights for all. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the distinguished representative of South Sudan.
Mr. Vice President, South Sudan warmly welcomes the distinguished delegation of Niger, headed by His Excellency Mr. Aliyo Daudo, Minister of Justice and Human Rights. We commend Niger for its continued constructive cooperation with the Human Rights Council and the treaty bodies. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, South Sudan recommends the following to Niger. 1, consider ratifying the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa. 2, introduce targeted measures, including temporary special measures such as increased quotas to achieve parity and the equal and meaning participation of women in decision-making system. 3, reinforce child protection measures to protect schools and hospitals and allow and facilitate safe, timely, and impeded humanitarian access to children. 4, strengthen effort to ensure that girls and women had access to quality education and gender equity, in particular by addressing barriers relating to health and early pregnancy. We wish the delegation of Niger a successful UPR review. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to recognize the distinguished representative of Spain. Thank you very much. Vice President, Spain welcomes the delegation of Niger and as a first step towards the total abolition of the death penalty. 2, review the criminal legislation applicable to crimes punishable by the death penalty and ratify the second optional protocol to the International Protocol on Civil and Political Rights. 2, to fully guarantee freedom of association expression by lifting the dissolution of political parties and repealing the restrictive provisions of the cybercrime law, as well as protect journalists, defenders, and opponents from intimidation, arbitrary detention, and criminalization. 3, to review the discriminatory provisions of the Civil Code in the area of marriage and family relations, and to criminalize all forms of gender-based violence and provide comprehensive protection and reparation services for victims. 4, to repeal the criminalizing provisions of consensual same-sex relations included in Article 25 of the Refoundation Charter and ensure protection of LGBTI people against discrimination. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to recognize the distinguished representative of the State of Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The State of Palestine welcomes the delegation of Niger and thanks it for the presentation of its national report. We commend the progress achieved since the previous review, particularly the continued efforts to improve access to education and child protection policies. We also welcome the reforms aimed at strengthening protection for persons with disabilities and the promotion of universal health coverage. While noting these important steps, the State of Palestine offers the following recommendations. 1, to continue efforts to ensure equal access to quality education for all children, particularly girls and children in rural and vulnerable communities, including by improving school retention and access to safe learning environments. 2, to continue reinforcing child protection systems, including measures to prevent child marriage, trafficking, and exploitation, and ensure effective protection and support services for victims. 3, to further enhance access to quality healthcare services, particularly for women, children, and vulnerable groups, including through stronger support for universal health coverage and reproductive health services. We wish Niger a successful review. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to recognize the distinguished representative of Sudan.
شكرا السيد نائب الرئيس. السودان يرحب بوفد.
Thank you, Vice President. We would like to welcome the delegation of Niger to the Council, headed by the Minister of Justice. We commend the legislative and institutional progress made in the area of human rights, and we also welcome the ratification of the State Party of the African Charter on persons with disabilities and older persons, as well as legal reforms in the area of health, combating cybercrime, and others. Constructively, we recommend 1, step up efforts to improve the legislative and legal framework in the area of human rights. 2, to continue protecting civilians. And to conclude, we wish Niger a successful UPR. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Now I would like to recognize the distinguished representative of Switzerland. Vice President, Switzerland would like to welcome the delegation of Niger and make the following recommendations. 1, ensure independent visits to places of detention, including for human rights organizations. 2, to establish a national mechanism for the prevention of torture as stipulated in the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture. 3, to take specific measures to promote a respectful and safe working environment for civil society, journalists, and human rights defenders. 4, to establish a national human rights observatory and ensure its independence. And 5, to adopt the bill on the abolition of the death penalty and ratify the second optional protocol on the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I would like to recognize the distinguished representative of Tajikistan. Video statement.
Thank you. Tajikistan welcomes the distinguished delegation of Niger and its presentation of the national report and continued engagement in the UPR process. We commend Niger's constructive cooperation with UN treaty bodies, its adherence to human rights instruments, as well as introduction of many legislative acts during the review period, including in the fields of education and training, improvement of sanitary conditions, social support, child's protection, prevention of gender-based violence, etc. We, in a constructive spirit, recommend to Niger: 1. To take additional measures to raise public awareness on human rights issues, including through the school and university education programs. 2. To further implement in practical terms the provisions of the National Strategy on Prevention and Response to Gender-Based Violence. 3. To strengthen activities to prevent radicalization through addressing its social, economic, and cultural causes based on reformed legislation. We wish delegation of Niger a successful review. Thank you.
Many thanks. I would like to recognize the distinguished delegation of Togo. Thank you, Vice President. Togo would like to welcome the delegation of the Republic of Niger, and we take note of its report. Togo would like to commend the efforts made by Niger since the third cycle in spite of the difficult economic and socioeconomic situation of the country. Nevertheless, in a constructive spirit, we would like to make the following recommendations to the Republic of Niger. 1. To continue and strengthen the efforts to protect human rights, particularly in the context of fighting terrorism, as well as the prevention of radicalization and violent extremism. 2. To ratify the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights with a view to the abolition of the death penalty. 3. To strengthen its system to combat smuggling and trafficking in human beings. And to conclude, Togo wishes Niger a successful implementation of the recommendations arising from this review. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I would like to recognize the distinguished delegation of Tunisia.
شكرا السيد نائب الرئيس. يرحب وفد بلاد.
Thank you, Vice President. We would like to extend a welcome to the delegation of Niger and to thank them for presentation of the report and the efforts that they have made to promote human rights in spite of issues in the transitional phase. We have taken note of the national report, which outlines the country's commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights thanks to structural legal reforms that are essential and well put together. Constructively, we would like to make the following recommendations. 1. To increase the budget earmarked for health and improve healthcare provision, namely for vulnerable categories. 2. To align the measures adopted to combat terrorism with the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. To conclude, we wish Niger a UPR crowned with success. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to recognize the distinguished delegation of Uganda.
Thank you, Vice President. Uganda welcomes the Niger delegation and congratulates them on the presentation of the report. We commend the government of Niger for their continued generosity in hosting a growing number of refugees and their determination to restore peace, independence, and national sovereignty for their people. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, Uganda made 3 recommendations. 1, continue to enforce all the legal and policy measures to eliminate any chances of early child marriages and protect girls from sexual and gender-based violence. 2, strengthen the legal framework and policies to guarantee equal rights of men and women in marriage. And 3, put in place measures to promote socioeconomic rights, especially by supporting women in small-scale businesses. Uganda again commends our brothers and sisters of Niger upon the successful presentation of their report. I thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to recognize the distinguished delegate of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We are deeply concerned that serious and persistent human rights challenges remain in Niger, particularly with regard to the rule of law, the militarization of society, the protection of fundamental freedoms, and widespread sexual and gender-based violence. We are particularly worried about Niger's close cooperation with states that engage in gross and systemic human rights violations. We encourage Niger to redouble their efforts to address their underlying challenges and recommend, first, to ratify the second optional protocol to the ICCPR, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty. Second, to take all necessary measures to prevent and disrupt the illegal recruitment of Nigerian nationals by the Russian Federation, including by identifying, investigating, and holding accountable all criminal networks and intermediaries involved. And third, and finally, to recognize such practices as human trafficking and to enhance oversight, consular protection, and public awareness to protect victims and prevent further exploitation. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I would like to recognize the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We welcome Niger's continued engagement with the UPR process. These include efforts to advance and protect the rights of women and girls, especially in terms of access to essential health services and protection from gender-based violence, as well as steps taken to improve conditions of detention and maintain a moratorium on the death penalty. We recommend that Niger, firstly, continues advancing the rights of women and girls by strengthening laws to support survivors of sexual violence, including access to specialist health services, and by further deterring child marriage through the criminalization of those who enable it. Secondly, enshrines the abolition of the death penalty in law in line with the second optional protocol to the ICCPR, and by continuing the commutation of existing death sentences. And thirdly, supports continued monitoring of human rights in Niger, including minority rights, by establishing the Planned National Observatory for Human Rights and Fundamental Liberties and committing to protecting its independence. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would like to recognize the distinguished representative of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Mr. Vice President, the United Republic of Tanzania warmly welcomes the Republic of Niger to this 52nd review session. We commend the Republic of Niger for measures taken to improve access to healthcare and strengthen the national health systems, and recommend continued efforts to increase the employment of health practitioners. We further applaud the Republic of Niger for its continued implementation of international human rights obligations. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, we recommend increased agricultural productivity to strengthen food security. Mr. Vice President, the United Republic of Tanzania wishes the Republic of Niger a successful review session. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would like to recognize the distinguished representative of Uruguay. Thank you, Vice President. Uruguay would like to welcome the delegation of Niger and thank them for the presentation of the report, and we welcome the efforts that they have made in implementing the recommendations of the previous cycle. Constructively, we recommend strengthen cooperation with human rights mechanisms, particularly issuing standing invitations to the special procedures of the Human Rights Council, and responding to requests for visits and pending communications. 2, to step up the ratification of international human rights instruments that remain unratified, such as the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, with the view to abolishing the death penalty, and the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on communications procedure. Third and last, strengthen child protection measures to protect schools and hospitals. Uruguay wishes Niger a successful 4th review. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to recognize now the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Thank you very much, Vice President. We would like to extend a warm welcome to the delegation of Niger, headed by the Minister of Justice. We appreciate your cooperation with the UPR, understanding that it is only the voluntary, not the forced upon mechanisms that produce real results on human rights. We recognize Niger's efforts in guaranteeing the promotion and protection of human rights of its population with the implementation of the new criminal code, which strengthens the fight against slavery, the law on human rights defenders, and the national strategy to prevent gender violence. Constructively, we recommend 1, to strengthen the institutional framework, setting up a national human rights observatory in line with the Paris principles, endowing it with sufficient resources to protect everyone, particularly women and girls. And 2, to continue to promote the effective implementation of the new criminal code, improving community awareness raising and protection and reparation services for victims. We wish you a successful UPR. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to recognize the distinguished delegate of Vietnam.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-Président. Le Vietnam
Thank you, Vice President. Vietnam wishes to extend a warm welcome to the high-level delegation of Niger. We welcome the positive trend in reducing the frequency of child marriages. We also appreciate the significant progress made in birth registrations, as well as the significant reduction of gender-based violence. Constructively, Vietnam recommends that Niger, 1, improve food security and combat chronic malnutrition, besetting children to have nutrition-aware agriculture, and improve the situation in the most effective communities most affected by food insecurity. 2, to improve women's access to the formal labor market and social protection by fully implementing the National Economic Empowerment Strategy for Women. We wish Niger successful UPR. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to recognize the distinguished representative of Zambia.
Vice President, Zambia cordially welcomes the distinguished delegation of Niger to the 4th cycle of the UPR and thanks them for the presentation of their national report. We commend Niger for progress in upholding human rights. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, Zambia wishes to recommend the following to the delegation of Niger. 1, strengthen legislative and enforcement measures to eliminate child marriage, including through community awareness and engagement with traditional and religious leaders. 2, adopt legislative measures to guarantee at least 12 years of free, compulsory, and inclusive primary and secondary education and improve retention of girls. And thirdly, consider ratifying the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty. We wish Niger a successful review. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to recognize the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe.
Vice President, Zimbabwe welcomes the delegation of Niger to the review. We recommend Niger for enacting institutional and legal reforms since the last review and for ratifying regional instruments that ensure promotion and protection of human rights of its citizens. In the spirit of dialogue, Zimbabwe recommends the following. 1, to strengthen its national plans and programs on economic initiatives aimed at ensuring the right to development. 2, continue with the implementation of the Penal Code on female genital mutilation. 3, to prioritize the strengthening of its policies on the empowerment of women and on access to education by all women and girls. We wish Niger a successful review. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to warmly thank the delegation of Niger for the presentation of their national report and for the constructive commitment that they have displayed as part of this review, while welcoming the ongoing efforts of Niger in a context particularly complicated with the view to promoting and protecting human rights, to improve national cohesion, and to strengthen its institutions. We take note of the measures taken to improve the basic services, to support vulnerable groups, and address security and developmental challenges. Constructively, Algeria would like to recommend that Niger continue its efforts, and we make the following recommendations. Continue reforms aimed at strengthening socioeconomic development, further strengthen policies for the protection of women and children, and step up efforts for giving access to education and basic health services. We wish Niger a successful review. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to recognize the distinguished delegation of Angola. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Angola warmly welcomes the delegation of Niger and thanks it for the presentation of its national report. Angola welcomes the acceptance of its previous recommendations and commends efforts to preserve progress achieved despite current challenges. It further welcomes initiatives to promote gender equality and girls' education, as well as the establishment of national mechanism for reporting and follow-up. Angola recommends Niger to 1. Continue efforts to empower women to increase their representation in public political life. 2. Continue to protect and promote the economic, social and cultural rights of the people. I thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished delegation of Gabon. Thank you, Vice President. The delegation of Gabon would like to extend a warm welcome to the high-level delegation of Niger and commend them for the presentation of their national report. In spite of a precarious security complex and other challenges that the country must face, we recognize the efforts that the government of Niger has made in order to guarantee the promotion and protection of human rights by improving its legal arsenal and many other achievements in the area of the protection of women and children, as well as improving the standard of living of the population. In a constructive spirit, we recommend that Niger, 1, pursue efforts to combat the underrepresentation of women in decision-taking positions. 2, to redouble efforts to combat child marriage, specifically in rural areas. We wish Niger every success in this review. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Gabon was the last speaker on my list for the current review, so I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, the head of delegation of Niger, who will be addressing the observations and comments made so far, and to make concluding remarks. Your Excellency, you have the floor. I'd like to take the floor to make a few clarifications because all the concerns that were raised in this last cluster were addressed before, but there was a question about slavery and trafficking, smuggling. I think that in this area, Niger already has an institutional legal framework, and we have criminalized slavery and related practices. We have criminalized trafficking in persons. And now we are even reviewing legislation in this area. So about implementing a mechanism to combat human trafficking, we've done that already. And we started with the implementation of the optional protocol of the Palermo Convention on illegal trafficking of migrants, on smuggling. And Niger was the only country to criminalize even the exit, not just the entrance, but the exit. And that means that we're taking all the necessary provisions and measures regarding malnutrition. I would like to refer you to the political report that we have published since July 2023, 26th of July. We're in a very difficult context. We are faced up against countries that want to see us buckle, but we're doing this in spite of the fact that all the means that Niger usually relies on have been at some point or another blocked. And we came back to the game with the irrigation plan, which has been quite beneficial for the population. And as part of the irrigation plan, we have water. Potable issues have been settled. And question of the special rapporteur, we are not afraid of anyone or anything. When they have come, it's because they have been invited. One was invited, has not come. And well, I'll leave it up to the remaining members of the delegation to address any pending questions before concluding.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you, Minister. I would like to address the question regarding child marriage. I'd just like to point out that in Niger, we are now moving from a circumstance-based approach based on communications and reporting to a structural approach based on our action plan 2024-2028. And there are a certain number of paradigms that we have introduced in this context, in particular, the change to social and community norms. The theory of change will be based on these paradigms. Social norms that are changed in communities, a structured multi-sectoral approach, and the use of digital innovation. So these are approaches that we're now implementing, and we had already set up a coordination committee including 6 relevant ministries who can each call on other ministries as well. So we thought that the best buttress against child marriage, beyond legislative initiatives and beyond penalties, would be the schools. It is, in fact, in schools that we need to act if we want to make sure that our approach is genuinely structural. So a lot of effort has been dedicated to this in terms of school enrollment and keeping children in schools, particularly girls. Earlier, many have asked that a mandatory schooling age be raised to 12, but in fact, already raised it to 16. Schooling is obligatory until the age of 16. We have also established a protective environment in terms of the schools. All the community and state stakeholders in the educational community must create safe living spaces. And this would mean safe toilets, fences, and so on. But the state is now establishing boarding schools for girls and centers that would allow displaced girls to access the educational system. I don't want to go on this topic in depth, but I just want to point out that there are many actions underway. There are also initiatives to awareness initiatives in communities and schools. That is to say, all the stakeholders have to be vigilant in terms of child marriage. The teachers are the first who are mandated to point out if they see anything related to child marriage. On the religious issue, we had already asked the customary chiefs and the religious chiefs to be able to make public statements that they will act against child marriage. And today we have 600 customary and religious chiefs who have already made that pledge. Thank you. Thank you. Indeed, we have approached these issues in a holistic fashion, and that also includes access to water, access to education, to health, and fighting child and mortality. And we should look at all the strategies that are highlighted in the report. In fact, earlier in my opening statement, I had said that after the implementation of our policies, we have in fact achieved a reduction in mortality rates. So we should recognize what has indeed been achieved. Now, on the other questions, Mr. President, we'll wait for them to be formalized and we'll see how we will address them. There is no question or recommendation that is of concern to me, except perhaps the one with the death penalty. This is one where we will have to consult, but as to all the other questions, issues are open to discussion, and we will be living up to our obligations. With respect to CEDAW, this is a structural issues. We are now conducting awareness raising campaigns because this is something that has to start at the grassroots. If you look at the religious leaders, they've made a religious issue of it, but we have to take into consideration also the views of the majority of our population, and they have at times wished to delay on this. So once the climate is more favorable, more propitious, we will come back to that issue to ensure that thoughts on this can be freely expressed. As to the other issues, human rights defenders and so on, there truly are a great number of NGOs working on this. So those who have raised the issues of the detention centers, we have a monitoring committee for the penitentiaries, and we have integrated civil society organizations. These civil society actors, the marabouts, they're all involved. They can see what in fact takes place within jails and prisons. And if we have restricted visits, it's entirely due to the fact that we have intelligence telling us that certain penitentiaries were to be the target of attacks. And that was in fact the case in one case. And now it's the Kolo penitentiary that was to be the target of an attack. And this is the only reason that we are reducing visits for this period of time. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I thank His Excellencies and all the delegation of Niger for the presentation and participation in this review. The report of the review will be prepared by the members of the Troika, namely the representatives of Cuba, Kenya, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. In accordance with the procedure implemented since 2015, the recommendations section of the report is scheduled for distribution on Thursday, 7 May at 12:30 p.m. In addition, let me recall that according to the statement of the Human Rights Council, statement PRST/OS/19/1, adopted on 8 December 2025, the recommendations section of all reports of the working group will be considered for adoption on Friday, 15 May, in the last meeting of the session from 1400 hours 30, that's 2:30 p.m. The full report, including the summary section, will be distributed by email on Friday, 22nd May 2026. This brings us to the end of our meeting. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the review of Mozambique. Speaking time will be 1 minute and 5 seconds for all. Inscribed members who wish to withdraw from the list are kindly invited to use the online system Events for withdrawals at the latest 30 minutes before the start of the review. I hereby close the second meeting of the 52nd session of the Working Group on the Universal Periodic Review. Thank you.
you.